Where I need to go this way. Right. Hey, what's up, Box? You working? Why is this guy going all over the room? Oh my god. What are you doing, guy? Thank you. Thank you. Didn't look like the bomb was gonna finish him off that time. Surprised it did. Oh, okay, yeah, let's go back in the dungeon for that reason. Alright. Just in case I forgot something. Now, because I did that, it's gonna shift the spawn location of enemies for like the rest of the run. Yeah, where enemies spawn is determined by all the rooms and areas you've visited up to that point. So if you just follow the route, they'll always spawn in the same location. But now I don't know where they're gonna spawn. It's usually similar enough to where it doesn't really matter. Nice. longer. Oh, looks like I'm on track to die to the Gleeok. That's great. Sounds good. So, Luna has started to be annoying. Hi, Raiden. How are you? Nice. Oh, that sounds lame. Hope you're starting to get better, at least. Anytime. Guess nothing can ever be fine when it comes to Ninja Gaiden. And bomb drop helps a lot. noticed it's kind of weird that in only a quarter of the time it takes to do this run, you already have half of the hearts. Yeah, I guess that's part of it. And like the whole entire last dungeon, you have all the hearts already. And then some of the hearts you get from the overworld. Like three of them I've already gotten from the overworld. Wow, I hit 4 of them with one bomb there. Wow. Wow, dude, that room was really good. Come on. Start button is failing. Good, man. Keep it up. I've been questioning just how useful is my diet when my testosterone is so low. I'd rather do it when my test is high again, and that way I can be sure that I'm losing fat, not muscle. Should be doable. Good luck with that. Remember, if your body does shit you don't expect, doesn't mean the process is broken. I've been having a great time with training lately. I've added a few new exercises and substituted a couple. I enjoy the new ones a lot. Today I was like looking at my stomach in the mirror, and I was still like pretty upset with how big it is still. Got quite a ways to go. I was supposed to have a doctor appointment today to learn how to use the testosterone injections. I was really annoyed to find out that they had a power outage. They scheduled me for tomorrow with a different doctor, which means I can't ask them what the other doctor has planned. You know, like what's his plan for if it's not helping enough? Like, are we gonna go up in dose or what? Well, this guy unfortunately is super in demand. Like my main doctor, he often doesn't have availability for like 2 months. No, not exaggerating. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe I'll like this other doctor better. Maybe he'll say, "Oh, let's start you on 100 milligrams a week instead of 50." Oh, it's a she. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I want some kind of reassurance that, like, I want to know that they're gonna keep a close eye on it and make sure it's working, not just like prescribe it and then forget about me, you know? I had to look at the kind of needles I'm gonna have to be using, and it kind of freaks me out. I was hoping for little tiny needles like they use for Ozempic injections, but no, this is like heavy duty, big ass needle. It really freaks me out. But it should be okay because my brother used to be afraid of needles, like. But he said he totally got used to it and it stopped being a big deal. But because testosterone has to go like into the muscle, not just like underneath the skin, like it's got to go pretty deep, so it needs a bigger needle. Yeah, I definitely don't want to have to do that if it's not going to help like a lot. Thanks for the clock. Yeah, I scheduled it for tomorrow afternoon, so I just told work I'm gonna just take tomorrow off work too. It's not that I can't work, it's just like I really just don't want to have to deal with their shit for a while. Like I'm just so sick of my job right now. I told one of my coworkers why I was requesting to take off work, you know, with Max, and she just like, okay, take off work. She didn't offer any kind of sympathy or anything. Like she didn't care at all. So that pisses me off. It's like she was more concerned just that like I wouldn't be attending work than anything else. Like that's all she cared about. That maybe she'd have to do a little bit extra work because I won't be there. It's like, really? Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it. Because, like, I myself have been guilty of, like, not really responding appropriately to other people's pain. But yeah, I am kind of giving her the benefit of the doubt. She babysat Max for like a week and got a cat of her own soon afterwards, and we've always kind of bonded over cat talk. The experience is making me a lot closer to Bruce. I think he's going to be my new best friend going forward here. And Botan is still being kind of scared of me. I don't know what to do about that. Like if I ever suspect that like her health has problems and like she really needs to go to the vet, I have no idea what I'm going to do. Damn it. I'm making stupid, simple... Oh my god! Dude, alright, that wasn't really me so much as him being a fucking jackass. That guy was trolling the shit out of me. Wow, can I get through, please? Should have looked at my bomb count before I planted that last bomb. I'm actually 1 bomb short right now. So I'm gonna have to farm for bombs on the overworld. Shit, I could have killed that guy if I had damage boosted instead of played it safe. There's no reason to play it safe with this many hearts. And the problem is, like, I can't, like, it'd be easy to shut Botan into the basement, but then it's still gonna be hard to get her. Yeah, I see. Figure out something like sooner or later. I should probably move and not live in the same apartment forever. Gonna have to get her then too. Anyway. Not really important right now. It's just something to think about for deep in the future. Well, I hope it's deep in the future. She should be healthy for another 10 years, but we'll see. Please drop a bomb. We're gonna try and get bombs from you guys. Thank you. Thank you guys for no bombs. That's not a bomb. Wow. Damn it, dude. What the... I fucking hate this game. It's like... Whether or not I have bombs should not be due to luck, dude. It's just... It's just bad game design, dude, I think. Like... I don't know how else they would do it, but like... So stupid that like whether or not I have bombs just depends on randomness. Like that just makes no sense. take the time to kill him. I could have just walked through him and into the stairs. Hey, Chetman. I've not been well. I'm getting better. Hope you're doing well, though. Good, good. Dude, come on. Thank you. Alright, cool. Ah. I went through all of my old photos that I've taken on my phone for the past like 8 years. It was shocking to see just how fast I went from the end of my last diet to being overweight again. Like, it took much less time than the duration of the diet to undo the diet. So that scares me a lot. Yeah, it's pretty unfair. But it shouldn't happen as long as I retain an interest in fitness. The reason it happened last time is towards the end of the diet, something dramatic happened in my life that made me stop wanting to work out. And that same thing led to a deep depression that resulted in using food as a security blanket. Yeah, exactly, Chutney. It's in order to diet successfully, you have to actually care about your future. When I get upset enough, I stop caring about the future at all. In fact, I will want to do something that makes me live less long, like get obese. What's that advantage? Come on. And it's because you'll spend a larger proportion of the day within the physically empty stomach, and you'll have more time spent throughout the day with low blood sugar. Thank you. That makes sense. If you're having a huge meal once a day, And it's gonna kind of like train you to think that every time you eat, it's gonna be a shitload of food. Well, 1,000 calories is far from a shitload of food, but you know what I mean. I need to make a shake. I'll be right back. Mm. No. There's always an element of willpower and discipline involved, but you need to do everything you can to minimize how much words like force need to be part of the discussion. So it's good that you're trying things that can potentially modulate how difficult it feels. All I'm saying is if you can get the same results with less pain, then isn't that a no-brainer? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know, man. I don't really have much advice because I know that most of the ideas I have you do not agree with. But I wish you luck regardless. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. No, maybe not. I mean, my main piece of advice that I was thinking of is that you can spread out the pain over a longer duration diet, which we've already talked about, and you want to do it fast. Yeah, it's just I think that by trying to do the diet twice as fast, you're making it more than twice as difficult. Although not necessarily a lot more, you know? It might not really matter that much. I also think it's going too slow with the diet is a big problem too. Oh my god, fuck you. It's my last diet was so when I was full on like listening to Mike Isertel about everything. Which, don't get me wrong, I still think 90% of what he says is pretty good. But the big thing that he made me do that like I regret doing is diet breaks. They're like, he said that you should not try to lose more than, I think it was like 10% of your weight in a given diet before going on a maintenance period. So for me, that was like roughly every 20 pounds I lost. He wanted me to go on a maintenance period for roughly 2/3 the length of time that it took to lose that weight. So if it took me 20 weeks to lose 20 pounds, then I would, after losing 20 pounds, I would spend like 13 weeks at maintenance. And the idea is that allows your hormones to restabilize, and it'll reduce what he called diet fatigue. Which is based on the assumption that the diet gets more difficult the longer you do it. Which is true for bodybuilders trying to get to sub 10% body fat. But I think that's not true if you're going from 35% body fat to 25% body fat. Like, at no point are you pushing your physiological boundaries going to just 25% body fat. And that's where I think the big mistake was in his advice, basically. Yeah, like, essentially what the diet did is it was approximately 50 pounds of weight loss. But it took me like a year and 2 or 3 months. So like a very long time. And yeah, a large portion of that I was just eating at maintenance calories, which is not really... Oh my god, dude, what a stupid mistake. I had that fight in the bag, dude. It's like I dodged it. I knew it wasn't gonna hit me, so like I just walked into it like a second later because like that's just really stupid. But yeah, oh my god. A year and 2 months is way too long to lose 50 pounds, in my opinion. Way too long. This time I lost 30 pounds in 5 months. Which means I will hit 50 pounds after approximately 7 or 8 months. Much, much more manageable, or much more bearable. Ah! God damn it. I need to not get hit on the way to the fucking boss. The other thing that really sucked is there are some training tips that I took to heart that he had that I think did not do me a lot of good. The main thing is he suggested you usually train like 2 reps from failure each set. I see no reason not to push all the way to failure every set. You get much more bang for your buck for each individual set. Now what he would say is that, you know, if you're not going as close to failure, you can instead add more sets. But I'd much rather do less sets and go to failure. If you're not familiar with what failure means, that is when you're simply unable to complete another repetition without compromising your form significantly. So his advice was to start each what he calls a mesocycle, which is like a 6 to 8 week training period. 3 sets or 3 reps from failure. And then like as the weeks go by, like the next week you do two reps from failure. And only in the last week do you go all the way to failure. And after that you do a deload week, which is basically just a really easy week to recover. Maybe that's good for more advanced trainees, but for someone of my status, I think that plan is pretty bad. First of all, you don't need a week off every 6 to 8 weeks. You can just pretty much continuously train all the time. Secondly, I think you should be close to failure every week. And under that kind of philosophy, that's what got me to my most results back in the day. Yeah, like basically the two main like competing factors when it comes to lifting for muscle size is intensity and volume. Intensity is that proximity to failure, basically. Oh my god. Great. And volume is the number of sets you do. Mike Israetel was so deep in camp, like volume, that he did not emphasize intensity enough. I think you need both. You need a lot of both. But yeah, because I followed his advice during that last diet, what I found is that by the end of the diet, my muscle size was much less than it was when I was training back in 2014 under a different kind of philosophy. Yeah, like the results were bad. Like after the end of that diet, I compared my pictures to my first 6 months of lifting ever, and I was not any bigger than my first 6 months of training got me to. Which is pathetic, because I had like 3 or 4 years of lifting experience at my peak. So even on a diet, like a weight loss diet, when you're trying to get back in shape years later, you would hope to at least get to like looking like you've been at it for 2 years or something like that. Oh my god, dude, I fucking hate this game right now. I really fucking hate this game right now. Anyway, I don't know if this current diet is really, or this current lifting routine is really any better than what I did last time I dieted, but I have a feeling it will yield better results. But the thing is, and like, you really got to be patient, because because you won't really start to build muscle fast until you stop the calorie deficit. So that last diet I did, because I never went into the massing stage after the fat loss, I never really got to get going with the muscle gain. Whereas this time I'm much more inclined to say that yes, I am going to do the No, I don't think that's a good idea, because pretty much everyone agrees that more than a 500 calorie deficit will result in significantly higher proportion of muscle lost. Also, pretty much, I know this sounds crazy to you because you're at like 1,000 calories a day, but pretty much every coach you'll talk to will tell you that as a man, eating 1,600 calories a day is too low already. Like, most experts would already say the amount of calories I'm consuming is too low for a man my size. So I need bombs, so instead of going to the next dungeon, I have to go farm bombs. Yeah, if your goal is like more bodybuilding oriented, like you don't just want to lose fat, but you want to gain muscle too, pretty much everyone agrees that you want to keep your weight loss to about a pound a week. Pound, maybe 2 pounds a week. If you're like over 200 pounds, then you can lose 2 pounds a week, but roughly 1% of your weight lost per week is a good guideline for not sacrificing muscle. Yes. Yes. When coaches make these kinds of suggestions, they're already assuming that you're eating a ton of protein. Like, that's baked into the cake already. And you should be eating enough protein to where that's definitely not a limiting factor. Well, another thing to keep in mind is this also depends on how fat you are. The reason your body does that is because it considers a certain amount of body fat essential. And if you're like over 30% body fat, and your body is much more willing to use the fat. Whereas if you're 15% body fat trying to go to 10% body fat, you have to be much more careful because the amount of fat you have is starting to get to the point to where your body is like, all right, let's try not to lose any more than this. So yeah, a lot of the advice that you hear from bodybuilders, you have to take it with a grain of salt because they're usually going no higher than 20% body fat at the absolute highest. Yeah. And yeah, I would say I'm still over 20% body fat myself, so even for me, like, a lot of this advice, like, doesn't really apply yet. No, dude. Oh, dude, fuck off with your fucking red bubble bullshit. I fucking hate this game. Yeah, like, all this advice is a sliding scale. You always, I know you're smart enough to realize this, but none of this is off switches, on and off switches. Like, you're not turning off fat loss and turning on muscle loss. It's like if you don't get enough protein, for example, you'll go from like something like if your protein's a little too low, you're gonna go from 70% of your weight loss coming from fat to like 60% coming from fat and 40% from muscle. Like, likewise, if you're trying to lose weight at like 3 pounds a week instead of 1 pound a week, again, like 3 pounds a week might be, you know, like 50% fat loss, 50% muscle, whereas 1 pound a week, the quote unquote like safe and correct way to do it, you're still losing like 20% muscle per week. It's like no matter what you do, your body is going to consume some lean body mass for energy as you diet down. It's never going to be 100% fat. But if you're new to training or coming back from a long hiatus where you used to be in better shape, as is my case, then you can actually synthesize a good deal of muscle while losing fat at the same time. It's what they call recomp in the fitness circles. Recomp is pretty much always possible if certain conditions are met. But again, it's like a sliding scale. If you're an advanced lifter who's like near their genetic ceiling, you're trying to lose fat and build muscle at the same time, it's going to be extremely slow if you do everything perfectly. And if you don't do everything perfectly, you're going to lose muscle instead. And again, the leaner you are, the more your body starts to fight to maintain fat stores. and start to use muscle instead for energy. So if you're like 10% body fat trying to recomp, like lose fat and gain muscle at the same time, at that point it's pretty much impossible. Yeah, I think that's one of the most important things to understand about pretty much everything involved in body transformation is that things are sliding scales, not on and off switches. Which also helps to explain why a lot of advice has to be taken with a grain of salt. Because what a lot of people on the internet are trying to tell you how to do things is they're trying to tell you the optimal way to do things. They're trying to tell you what is that dial turned all the way to the max. So what you have to realize is that, well, you can turn the dial 80% of the way and still get great results. 80% is still great. And a lot of people fail to point that out because, like, a lot of advice these days is saying that you need to do more than 20 sets per week for a given muscle group. But what they're talking about is optimal. They're saying the absolute fastest way to grow muscle is to do 20 sets a week. A lot of them fail to point out that, oh, by the way, if you do 5 sets a week, you're also going to grow like 80% as fast. I mean, no one seems to point that out except the really good resources. I think it applies a lot to people's notions of like nutrition advice as well. Like there may be some small effect of eating no carbs on a diet. However, that is not an on and off switch, that is a dial. And if you do eat carbs while in a calorie deficit, you're still gonna get 90+% of the rate of fat loss that you would have gotten if you completely cut out carbs. And your training would suck, by the way. That's one of the main reasons I don't cut carbs out, is I think you're on keto, you cannot perform as well in the gym. Alright, see you later, Chutney. Good luck. Yeah, when the diet is over, is the fun part, is at least if you're trying to build muscle too, because as soon as you hit that like very slight calorie surplus, you're gonna get so much stronger in the gym at like such a faster rate than you were when you were losing weight. I'm really looking forward to that part. But it's really easy to go overboard because you only need like 100 to 300 calories above maintenance to maximize muscle growth, and anything more than that is just going to lead to more fat. And in my past experience, I have often gone much more than 300 calories above maintenance on my gaining phases. I think that's harder to control than the weight loss portion. Like a very controlled, slow weight gain is much harder than even rapid fat loss, in my opinion. Nice. Oh, god damn, that was close. One of the big things that I'm starting to pay attention to for figuring out if someone on YouTube knows what they're talking about or not is whether or not their advice takes into consideration how experienced the trainee is. Like that's really a huge deal. Like they'll issue like a lot of like black and white statements that really might not apply to you if you're a beginner, or might not apply to you if you're really advanced. Best example is the calorie surplus needed to gain muscle as fast as you can. I was just talking about, you know, I said it was 100 to 300 calories above maintenance. Well, that number above maintenance, that depends on your training age. If you're new to lifting, then you can eat 300 calories above maintenance, and almost all of that will go to muscle if you're training hard. But if you're an advanced trainee, then most of that's going to go to fat, because the amount of muscle you can gain in a given month is much less. Think about it. So, general rule of thumb, I would say, is someone who's brand new to lifting can gain 2 pounds of muscle per month if they do everything correctly. God damn it. That is a heavy loss right there, dude. That is a heavy, painful loss. So if you can gain 2 pounds a month of muscle, but your calorie surplus only makes you gain 1 pound per month, I think you can see why that's a problem. Conversely, if you can gain 0.2 pounds of muscle per month because you're more advanced, then gaining 2 pounds of weight over the course of the month is going to be 1.8 pounds of fat. Big difference, right? Yeah, and hardly anybody ever talks about that. It drives me crazy because it's a really big deal. A lot of people give the advice like, you gotta gain as slowly as possible. Like, only gain like 1 pound per month. And I'm like, bro, that will slow down your progress if you're a beginner. So when I'm done with my weight loss, I think I'm gonna shoot for 2 pounds gained per month, probably. Because while I'm not a beginner, I'm nowhere near as muscular as I was back in the day, which means I essentially can gain muscle at the rate of a beginner. I hope. We'll find out. I gotta actually try and find out what happens. But pretty soon, like very quickly, I think I'll run out of quick gains on that plan, and I'll have to switch to more like 1 pound gain per month. But knowing me, I'm never gonna stick to that. There's no chance that I don't end up gaining like 4 pounds per month. But plan for now, at least, is to try. Alright, this is pretty much the hardest dungeon in the run. Let's see if we can get through here without dying. Oh, please. Oh my god, what a shitty pattern. You mean start lifting? Cool. Yeah, for various reasons, I think you can still gain at least 1 pound of muscle per month while losing fat rapidly. You're in kind of a golden zone where like you still have a pretty good deal of fat to lose, but you're a beginner to lifting, which means you're going to be losing fat and gaining muscle very easily. You can see why this dungeon is hard, right? See why this is absolute bullshit? Fucking what a joke, dude. Thank you for the heart. That one heart might make all the difference in the world here. We shall see. Oh God. Nice, dude. We did it. All right. It's pretty hard to kill that Goma before it closes its eye. If it doesn't move down. Unfortunate in this route that in order to make the overworld movement efficient, you have to skip almost all of the overworld heart containers until this point in the run. Because these 3 hearts that I just picked up could have been gotten like much earlier in the run, and they would have helped a lot, but it's not a good time to pick them up. I already have the flute out. Ooh. No, okay, cool. We got hit by the P hat instead of the dagger, which would have done 2 hearts of damage. Dude, how does this work? I thought you had to like swing your sword while your screen scroll to the left. I don't know. A little low on rupees right now. That's a problem. 'Cause there's not really a good way to recover from that. Just need better RNG. That's fine. we go. Got 5 rupees for killing 10 in a row without getting hit. And these guys just drop a lot of money. Do you follow Cheese at all? Been watching his 120 star attempts. He was the only SM64 runner I really ever watched. Shit, there's no way to grab that. What if I do... There we go, nice. I see. In my opinion, Cheese is one of the most likely out there to get that bounty. He has to drop his 120 star PB by a little over a minute. I actually did a race with him once, if you can believe it. Not of Mario though. It was at one GDQ we did a relay Ocarina of Time 100% race between 2 teams. And I was on ZFG's team. Cheese was on the other team. And the only thing that stands out in my memory from that is Cheese was like giving me advice at one point. He's like, wait a second, why am I giving you advice? You're my competitor. Naturally, my team won because ZFG was on the team. Of course, like, his section of the run was perfect. Although he complained about the bomb count that I left him with. That was sort of my height of being somebody in the speedrunning world. All went downhill from there. I just made a huge mistake. Alright, got lucky with the ferry though. Sometimes this room is much harder than other times because the turrets on the... They really change their mind quite often about how much shit they're gonna shoot at you, and that time it seemed like they shot a lot of shit at me. Damn it. I wonder if that race is still somewhere on a Twitch VOD. Probably not, because that was long before Twitch went and decided to be a shit fucking company that deletes all your VODs. It would have been on Zelda Speedruns, I think. I'm going for it. Yeah, I don't know if they have a YouTube. God. The blue guys piss me off a lot, but the turrets drive me absolutely insane. I fucking hate these guys sometimes. Ooh. Yeah, I'm really short on money. I need 92 rupees still, and there are only 60 planned along the way. I gotta start killing everything and not getting hit. Or spawns. Not supposed to go this way, but this is a good place to pick up a couple more rupees. Come on. I'm not getting that. That's good. I got about 15 rupees there. What? Oh. Yeah, I took the wrong stairs there. For comparison, I am halfway through book 11 of Alex Virus. So I will be done with the series this week. Again. I might finish the Lightbringer series. I might listen to 12 Months again. I might look for something new, maybe that Monster Hunter thing. I don't know though. I have zero faith that anything out there could possibly be as interesting as Dresden and Virus. Now keep in mind, Hobox, that the next time I read 12 Months or listen to 12 Months, it is still not going to be the last time I listen to it. I guarantee you that. Unless I die. But I'm probably, if I had to guess, I'll probably listen to 12 Months probably 7 or 8 more times before the end of my life. Because pretty much every time he comes out with another book, like I listen to the whole series again. Okay. Okay, now I do have enough money, so we're good. Oh wow, now I have tons of money. Probably, man, like... I should know this by now, like, I do not change up my routines. Like, I do the same shit over and over and over and over again. Very little variation in my choices along the way. This diet, I've been doing the exact same breakfast, the exact same dinner for almost 6 months straight, and I'm not tired of it. That's the thing. That's why I do that. It's because like I don't get tired of shit. And once I decide I like something, I just keep liking it instead of getting bored. Maybe, yeah. Every new book I've gotten from Dresden is like 5 years in between. But in those 5 years, I'm listening to them roughly like 3 or 4 times on average. Like, I would say since I discovered this series, I've listened to the entire series almost at a rate of once per year. Which I know is completely insane, but that's how it is. I've pretty much done the same thing with Virus. but I only discovered that like 5 years ago. Yeah, I am definitely the definition of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the antithesis of nothing ventured, nothing gained. I do not venture, and I do not gain. God damn it, that guy just clipped through the fucking wall. Cool. The biggest problem is for me is like I'm so picky that the vast majority of things in the world that exist I do not like at all. So when I go out adventuring looking to try new things, I'm almost always left dissatisfied. And I just go back to what I know I do like. And that's really what's causing that. It's not that I like what I'm doing so much, it's that I seem to not like anything else so much. I've tried out so many audiobooks that I did not like. The overwhelming majority of them are absolute trash, in my opinion. Same with various foods I've tried. Hold on, what am I doing here? Same with pretty much all video games, especially new video games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I still think I would like games you gave me. Still on my radar. I've seen it. I've seen other people play it. Pretty much no chance that I will like it, though. Because of how bloody it is. I think it's way too bloody. Like, I don't need to see that shit. Ninja Gaiden Black is pretty graphic about like the beheadings, but other than that, it's definitely like the least bloody 3D Ninja Gaiden game by far. And that's part of what I like about it. Oh, I see. Ugh. Yeah, personally, I think it absolutely is a problem that a lot of games use the same engine. Like that seems like laziness to me, in a way. I mean, it's not really laziness, it's production time efficiency is another way you could say it. But I'd much rather see a game built from the ground up. Well, how much does the engine influence like the physics and like the collision detection, shit like that of a game? Who tried to call me? Oh, scam likely. Cool. I love hearing from. Oh, thanks for the cheat sheet. My life is so much better now that I've beaten Zelda 1 again. But it was a nice distraction for at least an hour there. I didn't think about you know what at all. Yeah, Zelda 2 is sure to improve the situation. Hey, septic sledgehammer. How have your shits been lately? That's good. Sounds healthy. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have not had a healthy, proper shit since I started my diet almost 6 months ago now. It's not good. It's definitely a problem that I've been ignoring. Since half of my calories come from protein shakes, you can imagine what that does. Only getting 900 calories per day of actual solid food. take a fiber supplement, but it doesn't really help. I'm not really aware of how much long-term damage that could be doing. The only way to fix it without like completely overhauling my diet is to add like salads, I guess. I really don't like salads. Yeah, I don't know that in itself is unhealthy, or more that it's like, without other explanations, just a sign of some other problem. But anyway. What's up, Fox? Yeah, Ocarina of Time is my favorite. Probably followed by Link to the Past, followed by Majora, followed by Zelda 1, and Twilight Princess, then Wind Waker, then Zelda 2. Those are pretty much the only ones I've played. So yeah, that makes this my least favorite Zelda I've played, but here I am playing it anyway. Yeah, it would help a lot if the salad could somehow incorporate what, like, the protein I'm already getting. The easiest thing to replace would be lunch, because lunch is sort of just a anything goes meal that, as long as it's between 400 and 500 calories approximately. And what I've been having is not healthy at all. Yes, it's healthy in the sense that I'm still losing weight. But it's like very not nutrient dense food with some saturated fat in it. Nice, Fox. Yeah, I'm tempted to put Majora's as number 2, actually. I don't know. I think Link to the Past is probably an overall slightly better game. I mean, it's all opinion, of course, but if I had to cite like data to sort of support my decision, is Link to the Past has 11 dungeons, 13 if you include the 2 times you go to Hyrule Castle. Majora's Mask has 4 dungeons. So, depending on how much you like overworld stuff versus dungeons, like, that's a big factor at play. Doesn't matter to me as much now as it did when I was younger, but like, I've always preferred to be an adult Link over a kid Link. I guess that comes from, like, as like a teenager, you know, I wanted to be like, I'm a teenager now, I'm grown up, I don't want to pretend I'm a child. But But now, I'm at an age now where even adult Link is, like, way younger than me, so, like, I can't really relate to that either. Yeah, Link to the Past is possibly the first game I would recommend to somebody who's never played any Zelda game before. To me, it's the pure essence of what makes a Zelda game. It's like the quintessential Zelda Link to the Past is, but as far as like the 3D ones go, I would say that's Ocarina of Time. So, depends on whether or not the person I'm recommending a game to has strong opinions about 3D versus 2D. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, Link to the Past is almost the perfect Zelda, I think. Yeah, that death I took is not good at all. I don't care about the time loss of it, but what I do care is if I get a game over, then my run is not valid anymore. Means there's no point in even finishing it, really. I didn't realize you were doing 1 meal a day, Mo. Usually somebody's either intermittent fasting or they're keto, but not both. But there's no reason you can't be both, I guess. Yeah, if you've never seen me play Mario 64 before, I'm not very good at that game at all. Don't expect much. What's up, Hobox? Somebody on YouTube is asking me to do Mario 64 before Link to the Past. What do you think about that? I would do it if it were easy to do. In order to do that, I would have to open up the splits edit mode and just like, while you have the timer going already, you can't like move things around, but you can rename the splits. But I'm not sure this guy realizes that even if I did Mario 64 next, it wouldn't be for more than an hour from now. So this game takes me almost an hour and a half. Enigma. I actually only ever got about 80% of the way through that game, unfortunately. I never finished it. I don't have a reason why, though. I guess I wasn't that big a fan of the actual gameplay mechanics of Terranigma. It gets an A+ for music, an A+ for art, like the graphical art. But I'd give Terranigma like a D for menus, and like maybe a C+ for the actual gameplay itself. But yeah, the menus in that game are the worst I've ever seen, just about. Like every time I press pause, it'd take me like a minute to like figure out what I need to do to accomplish like a simple task, like use a healing potion or something. But yeah, definitely an A for music in that game, and that's something that I weigh pretty heavily. Do you know what Terranigma is, Hobox? Never heard of it. I think it's a released in Japan only Super Nintendo action RPG. I would say it's most similar to Secret of Mana, if Secret of Mana only had one character. And the premise is that you're like sent from like some sort of other dimension to early Earth, where you start like where like only plants exist, and then like you skip ahead to where like birds exist, and then you skip ahead to when animals exist, and like finally at the end you have people. So it's like a time travel story, kind of like Chrono Trigger. And yeah, like I was saying, it's got a really good soundtrack. But because it's like Secret of Mana, but with only one character, that's what my main problem with it is that like having just the one character, like it really limits like the techniques you can do in battle. Like there's just not a lot of different moves you can do. It's like pretty much you can stab your little spear and that's it. But it seemed like it was an interesting plot too. I would have been curious to see like what was going on in that game. Other than the fact that you go through the various eras of Earth. I don't remember why you were doing anything you were doing in that game. Therefore, I have no concept of who the bad guy is and what their motivation is. God damn it, dude. I'm getting my ass kicked! I don't know if I'm getting my ass kicked so much in this game because I'm rusty or am I getting unlucky this run? I'm really not sure. But it's really disturbing that like I already died once and like I'm struggling with this cave. very worried that this is going to be a game over run. Shouldn't be. It's like super rare that I game over in this game, but like if the stars align just right, like it can definitely happen. If it happened, I would probably just continue the run anyway, because it's invalid for the leaderboard, yes, but nobody gives a shit because it wouldn't be a good time. The main reason the no game overs allowed rule exists is because they're trying to prohibit top runners from abusing game overs to navigate around the overworld. So like if you're not saving time on the overworld because you game overed, and like you're not even in like the top 100 rankings for the game, like nobody would really care. Oh my god. Never mind. I'll tell you why you got sleepy. It's because you're watching Zelda 2. You're not even playing Zelda 2. You're just watching it. That's got to be one of the most boring things imaginable. Oh, well, that explains it. And one of the most bizarre dreams I had in a while. Like it was an idea that it's just like I have no idea how my brain synthesized this random ass idea and made it into a dream. Like, it makes no sense. Basically, people were building houses, but the way they were doing it is they were like making an entire wall like on the ground, flat on the ground. And then they would raise the entire like wall, like the whole frame of the house for just one side into the air. And then they would hang on to like the top of the wall once it's vertical. And they would kind of like rock it back and forth like very dramatically so that the wood is like bending a lot. Like it'll bend like back and forth like very dramatically. Like it was just really weird. Like I guess the notion is that they were trying to like loosen up the kinks in the wood or something. Like it makes no sense. But yeah, it's like the wood was swinging back and forth like this, like, and people were like hanging on it, like kind of swinging it, like to. It's like one of the weirdest fucking nobody would ever think of that, like unconscious thought. Like, where was this? This was in a dream. Yeah, like... Yeah, the reason I brought it up is because it was something that you would never even conceive of happening in real life. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it's as if, like, bending the wood back and forth were making the wood stronger somehow. And I was like kind of underneath it, and some guy was like, "Hey, dumbass, get out of the fucking way." I don't remember exactly what he said, but like what he was communicating is that I'm an idiot because I'm standing underneath it and it could fall on me. And I said, "Yeah, I know, I'm stupid." He's like, "No, I don't actually think you're stupid. Come sit down and watch." And so like I sat down next to that guy and like watched him fucking swing this side of a house back and forth. And then I saw two people from high school who I had not thought about in 15 years sitting next to me. And they were a couple, and I'm like, wow, you guys do kind of look like you would make a good couple. Before all this happened, I found a vending machine that had the orange Mountain Dew. I really wanted that shit for some reason. And so like I put a dollar bill into it, but then like the receptacle of the dollar bill was like the wrong angle or something. And so like the dollar bill kind of just like came right back out the other side of the vending machine. It's hard to explain, but yeah, I couldn't actually put my dollar bill into the machine. It would just like pop right back out. And then before that, a guy that I met in high school, but also I also was roommates with in college, told me about how I had very bad social intelligence. Which is why when the guy told me to get the fuck out of the way when they were building the house, I was like, yeah, I'm stupid, I know. You've never seen Orange Mountain Dew? Dude, that shit is really good. called Livewire. It doesn't taste like an orange drink. I don't like normal Mountain Dew anymore, no. But it was my favorite soda for like 10 years. Pretty much when I switched to drinking energy drinks all the time, I stopped liking Mountain Dew because like it no longer seemed like strong enough or sweet enough. Also, Mountain Dew like definitely does something bad to my digestive system. But yeah, if you ever see Livewire, give it a try. You might like it. It doesn't taste like regular Mountain Dew. Did you ever try the Orange Amp energy drink? So that was basically the same thing. Oh, you never had Amp? Damn. Amp was good. I don't know how it stopped getting produced because it seemed like it was very popular. It's made by like it's made by the same company that makes Pepsi and Mountain Dew. So I don't know how it was not making them money. Because like everybody liked it back in the day. Yeah. I mean, if it still existed today, I would not drink Amp over NOS. Like, NOS is still much better, but... There's only one energy drink that... Only one energy drink that I ever liked more than NOS. It's called Power Trip. The mango flavor. It's absolutely outstanding. But that company was small and it went out of business pretty quickly, unfortunately. Oh, okay. That makes sense. They probably declined in popularity when everybody, like, became sugar phobes. Back when Amp was at its peak, that was before everybody started saying that all fatness and all health problems are just because of carbs and nothing else. And once that fad became popular, all the energy drinks started going sugar-free. Too bad Power Trip doesn't still exist. Another thing that sucks, like, doesn't exist anymore is I talked about this before, I think. I'm not sure if it was with you. Is the candy called Jujubes. That shit was like... It was like... From like the fucking 40s. Like, for like 60 years this shit was in existence. And just... Sometime in the last 10 years they went out of business and stopped making it. It's sad to see something that survived for so long to suddenly go out of business. Anyway, since I've grown accustomed to Coke Zero, my cravings for sugary things is almost non-existent now, which, even though I just took a shit on people being afraid of sugar, like there's no doubt that it's probably a good thing if I consume less sugar for the rest of my life. But yeah, I plan to continue drinking only sugar-free soda once I go into the bulking phase. So the soda is probably a big reason why on my bulks I would gain weight too rapidly and end up fat way too soon. Yeah, like if I consume no liquid calories, then like my appetite for actual solid food like pretty roughly lines up with like my caloric maintenance. Like I'm pretty sure if it weren't for energy drinks, I would have just been eating maintenance for pretty much my whole life. It's just that's not the same as saying that sugar caused me to get fat. I don't really see it as that so much as consuming things that don't make you feel full caused me to get fat. Which is pretty much a property of sugar. Like, sugar does not really make you feel full in any form. I like to clarify that because there are other foods that can do the same thing. Like, anything you eat that's not making you full is gonna cause you to overeat. Like, same thing could be said for Doritos, I think. Like, you can eat a lot of Doritos before you're like, alright, my stomach is full. I don't need anything else in my stomach. Oh, you were? Nice. Well, I mean, I'll say it again. You know, for me, when I eat a bag of Doritos, that does not make me feel full. Sometimes it'll make my stomach feel bad, like sick. That's about it. It's difficult to just eat 500 calories worth of Doritos and not more, which is why on the diet, like I get the 400 calorie bags. It's like, even though I would actually save quite a bit of money if I just bought like a big bag and like rationed it out, I do not trust myself to do that. I want it to come in a bag that's like guaranteed 400 calories only, and I know that if I just eat that bag, I got 400 calories and no more. Yeah, it's kind of sad for... Oh no. Okay, good. Alright. That was a bad spot for the screen to freeze, like mid-jump there. I wasn't sure if the jump actually got started or not. Cool Ranch. Yeah, what I was gonna say is that for eating such a low number of calories per day, my current diet is actually pretty expensive. Yeah, that's good, I guess. As long as you can still enjoy it for the amount that you do eat, you know. Yeah, for a very long time, I grew like a taste aversion to Cool Ranch Doritos. Like, I think it's because of that, what I was just mentioning about how it can make my stomach feel a little bad. It doesn't happen if I only eat the 400 calories worth, but if I eat 1,000 calories worth of Doritos, then it starts to make me feel a little sick. And so for a pretty long time, Cool Ranch Doritos, you know, they develop that natural taste aversion that happens when something makes you sick. Yeah, I've never heard of it making someone's mouth tingly. That seems rather odd. Yeah, I don't like the spicy nacho. I'd rather the just the regular cheese. I'm not sure if I tried salsa verde. I know I bought it once, but like, I don't remember if I tried it and liked it or just like decided not to even try it because like I assumed I wouldn't like it or something. You'd think I would like it because my favorite salsa for normal chips is salsa verde. Like, I far, far, far prefer green salsa to red salsa for my chips. Like, 1,000 times more. I feel like the fact that it's Doritos would mean it would have a lot of weird extra flavors that normal salsa doesn't have. And with normal salsa, you're actually consuming vegetables, which is a big plus. Obviously, with Doritos, you're not getting any vegetables. You're getting some fucking synthetic powder that tastes like vegetables. Yeah, like it tastes way too good to be healthy. Oh yeah, dude, I remember you. Yeah, that was awesome, dude. How you doing? Were you the one who showed us a video of you hunting like a coyote or something? Nice. Yeah, it's tight, dude. Did you ever play darts ever since then? It's been a pretty rough couple days for me, yeah. I just had to put my 17-year-old cat down 2 days ago, so I'm hurting pretty bad from that. But other than that, life has improved since we met. When you met me, I was smoking weed all the time and rapidly gaining weight, whereas now I am rapidly losing weight and I don't drink or smoke anything anymore, so definitely getting healthier. Thanks, man. I got a ways to go to get to my goal weight, but no longer feel like borderline fat. How you been, man? You done anything interesting with your life going on? Sounds good. I'm not sure what that game is like. Does anybody else in chat know about that game? What do you think of it? Looter shooter? I've never heard that expression before, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Alright, good luck, man. Yeah, I should still be streaming for another 4 hours or so. God damn it. It's always crazy to me when I see people that I've met in real life in my Twitch chat. You remember Chris, right, Hobox? Like long hair, into metal. He's been on stream a few times. Okay, maybe you don't know him. He's pretty much my best friend. It's like the drummer for my music project, and like we go back to like middle school. Anyway, we were out trying to play pool one time, and like we found these two guys that they asked us, how do you play darts? Because like we couldn't find a pool table, so we went to play darts instead at the same venue, and like these guys wanted to play cricket, but they'd never done it before, so they asked us how to play, and we showed them, and then later we're like, alright, well, there are no pool tables here, we're gonna go try this other venue, see if there are pool tables there, and you know, those two guys, they followed us there, and it was probably the coolest like pool venue I've ever been to, and played for a while. It was pretty good. Yeah, it's probably been at least a year since Chris was on a stream. Yeah. I think the last time would have been the time where I was coaching him through the first couple chapters of Ninja Gaiden. That would have been like 2 years ago. We might have done a music stream once where he was on drums. There's one time we actually streamed our beer pong games. We do a lot of 1v1 beer pong because we're cool like that. Yeah, once we streamed it for like a couple hours. Except it would have sucked as a viewer because Chris smokes cigarettes, and like he has to go outside to smoke a cigarette like all the time. So like all throughout the stream, we'd like leave for 10 minutes and come back. Yeah, Chris, he's a great guy, but like, he definitely is very much an enabler of drinking and smoking weed. So like hanging out with him like feeds into those habits quite a bit. Shit, I could have healed there. Yeah, we don't hang out very often anymore. It's like the past couple of years I've seen him maybe 2 or 3 times a year. It's not really because we don't want to, but it's because like he's got a job at a grocery store, and his hours, like every week, like his hours are different. And he's never off on weekends. So it's like, it's almost impossible to line up a good time to hang out. And, he also lives like more than an hour away now, so it sucks. But yeah, like, yeah, he knows I don't smoke weed anymore. So he isn't trying to push me to do that. Although I think he rightfully says that smoking weed was not like my problem. Like, I agree with him on that one. Like, my brother thought it was like a very big deal that I was smoking weed. But Chris was like, nah, that's not a problem. And I agree, but stopping is still better than continuing, I'd say. Even though it's not a big problem. Like, it doesn't have to be a quote-unquote problem for it to be a good idea to not do it. Especially once you're accustomed to not doing it. At that point, there's no longer a craving to do it. So you might as well ride that out, you know? But yeah, I worry about him. He drinks way too much. Never really told him that I think that, but maybe I should. Oh, it's definitely a problem. He's got this, like, I don't know, sometime in the last year, he started using, like, this fucking, like, thing that you can put over a can of beer to make it look like it's like some other drink, like a tea. So that, like, as soon as he gets off work, he can, like, have a road beer on the way home. Like, I think that's a pretty strong sign that you have a problem. Like, the reason he would argue that it's not a problem, though, is because it's not causing any strain on his relationships. Like, he's a very friendly drunk, so, like, he doesn't cause any drama when he's drinking. Like, he just becomes even nicer. And, like, he gets along with his wife really well. He's drinking. So, like, he doesn't see it as a problem, but, like, he's ignoring the physical health aspect of it. God damn it. What am I doing? He's very aware that his nicotine dependence is a problem, and, like, he's always talking about how, like, yeah, I know this is bad for my health, I really should quit someday. But he's totally in denial that drinking is a problem. And I think the drinking is actually worse than the cigarettes, to be honest. Did I do this right? Yeah, it seems right. Yeah, it's just back in just in time for the best game of the combo. Like, it just does not get better than this. I'm gonna pee real quick and get another soda. Basic maintenance. I mean, everybody's gotta have a vice, right? And figure drinking diet soda all the time has to be one of the best vices that you can have. You do? Nice. We were talking about Sprite the other day, and general consensus seems to be that Sprite is not good. But you are shifting that consensus. Oh, right, I forgot. Yeah, Hobox actually agrees with you then. Sprite Zero is apparently good. Can't stop your nicotine, damn dude. I hear nicotine is among the hardest addictions to stop, and not saying you should. If you like, yeah, I'm just saying if you were trying to, I understand that it's very difficult. Like it's as crazy as it sounds, like it's actually kind of in the same conversation as like heroin. Like obviously heroin is more addictive, but like it's not like 100 times more addictive. Like they're actually almost on the same playing field. Yeah, the problem with like health decisions like that is that like you never know if you're gonna fit the statistics. Like it's entirely possible that you smoke cigarettes your entire life and never have any problems because of it. Like that is totally within the realm of possibility. But like the thing that the real kicker is, like the thing that drives me crazy is that you can be perfect about your health decisions and then die of a heart attack at 40. That's what bothers me. It's like you can do everything right and just get unlucky, and like you still end up dying sooner than somebody who smokes cigarettes all the time. Totally unfair. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your chances of actually getting lung cancer aren't actually that high from it. It's just relative to not smoking cigarettes. It's a big jump in your likelihood of getting it. But it's not more than 50%. Like I don't know the exact statistics, but I remember hearing them at one point. I was like, oh wow, that's like not nearly as high as I thought. Like it's something like, I could be wrong, but I think smoking cigarettes like at a pretty heavy rate still only means you have like 15% chance of getting lung cancer in your life. Processed food is worse than anything? Yeah. Definitely. With processed food, like your body is designed to think that it needs it. Like, your body legit thinks it needs to eat that shit because, like, you know, in circumstances where there's not enough food to go around, the processed food would be very good for your survival, but that's not the way it works. Yeah, like, yeah, raw, pure nicotine is, like, really not that different than just, like, caffeine, really. As far as I understand. But, I know chewing tobacco can give you mouth cancer. And, of course, smoking it can give you all kinds of lung problems. Yeah, I know what you mean, Hobox. Like, there could be a lot of shit out there that people think are healthy right now. Like, people could even legit think that certain things are good for your health. Only to find out 50 years from now that they're actually bad for your health. It's like, what if we find out that, like, antioxidants, like, cause, like, premature death or something? My XP is very low. I'm gonna have to stop and kill a few of the little mages. That's true, Hobox. We're taking a big risk, and the promises made by people like Michio Kaku about health technology, it has not come true at all. Pretty sure old Michio had said at some point that by like mid-2020s we would have like incredible amounts of life extension. Yeah, I don't have any reason to hate him, but I think all of his predictions have not come true. So I don't trust any of his predictions about the future. He doesn't strike me as particularly pompous, so like I don't hate him. Like I hate the scientists who are pompous, like especially if they like are militant atheists. I think that shit pisses me off. Like Lawrence Krauss, Neil deGrasse Tyson, like they're so smug about their like anti-religion shit. Although I think Lawrence Krauss seems like he's actually probably a pretty good guy. Lawrence Krauss, like he seems like he like cares about other people a lot. Like wants to do the right thing. He just wants to make sure everyone knows that religion is not true. But Neil deGrasse Tyson, that guy does not have a lot of good attributes. He's extremely arrogant. Know-it-all, just like fucking jackass, doesn't let other people talk. Has to pretend like he's the smartest guy in every room. Make sure you know it. Which is a shame, because Neil deGrasse Tyson He's got a great speaking voice, and like he's very good at communicating to the masses. Just part of the problem is like, what part of what he's communicating is that it's okay to be like a pompous asshole as long as you're putting religious people in their place and making sure they know that they're fucking way dumber than you are. Yeah, a lot of these like famous scientists like don't actually do a lot of science. like scientists in name only. They don't necessarily know any more than any other person with a PhD. In fact, often they know less because they make up their minds about things and stop looking into new research. Oh my god, yeah, Bill Nye fucking sucks. Like, he's a militant atheist, which I guess most people don't really care about, but for me that's a point against him. But it's not just that, like he's got very strong like leftist political views on top of that. And, like he's also like very much a know-it-all who thinks that he's way smarter than everyone else rather. Another one I don't really like is Sean Carroll. Like Sean Carroll, I do believe is actually truly an expert and incredibly intelligent. So I'll give him that. I'm not so sure about Neil or Bill Nye. Sean Carroll, like he really knows a lot. But he's also really kind of an asshole. Yeah, Sean Carroll's a great presenter. He's good in debates too. Like it's very hard to defeat him in a debate. But there's just something very condescending about how he treats people he's debating. Yeah, we grew up with Bill Nye, man. Like he was on kids shows, so like most people of my generation like think of him as like a Robin Williams kind of character, like someone who seems like innocent and nice, and he's got like a lot to be admired, but not really. Yeah, Sean Carroll, I guess, isn't that bad. My problem with him is that just he's usually... I've seen him debate a lot of people that I like more than Sean Carroll, and he treats those people that I like more than him rather poorly sometimes. Oh, another guy I hate recently. He's not like a mainstream celebrity, but just an internet celebrity. That's Professor Dave. Fuck that guy, dude. He might be the most smug, like, science person I've ever heard of. Like, he's got, like, most punchable, arrogant-looking face I've ever seen. Shit, that is a problem. We do not want this guy alive when I do this jump. Yeah, he fucked it up. Oh my god, what an asshole. I should have killed that guy when I had the chance. I'm not really sure what exactly it is. Is it just that people with nose rings are crazy? Because that seems pretty true from my experience. Oh yeah. Alright, so maybe they're not crazy, but yeah, they kind of have the same ideology. It's like a tell for very left-leaning feminist women who probably don't want to marry you ever or have kids. Hate the patriarchy. But they also seem a little crazy to me. Like they're a little unhinged. Like don't seem to really have a good grasp on reality. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Makes sense. Do I need that? No, it should be good. I haven't really seen any neckbeards for a long time. I think by now most of them know that it is not a good style choice. Yeah, I don't know if he has a neck beard, but what he does have is a very shitty beard. Like, very light and not filled out. But yeah, he's probably got some good educational content on there, but he also is kind of a drama queen, and he really likes to call people out and, like, try to ridicule people. That's kind of his whole shtick, because he's a debunker. He loves to debunk religious people. Which is something I've been thinking about a lot lately. Especially with what happened to Max. It's like, I definitely don't. Like, there's no good reason to think that physicalism is not the truth. But I'm still very much in the camp of wanting to encourage people to try to find God regardless. I don't think they're idiots for wanting to learn about something that has been part of human history for the vast majority of people ever. I don't think they're idiots for wanting to believe that. Basically, yeah, I'm on the team of like I'm just agnostic, I guess. That's what I really am. It's like I definitely don't think there's strong evidence for God. But I also definitely don't think there's any conclusive evidence against God either. And like, if I had to pick one, obviously I would rather God be real than not be real. So I'm gonna want to stick up for people who do think he's real. Especially since most of them are just trying to teach people to love each other and have better lives. There's this popular notion, you know, in modern culture that like religious people, like, they want to like force their views on others, and like it's really all about greed and hate and like conquest and shit. But like, religion is like fundamentally about love, I think. Most religions, like, that's the bottom line message, is like, be good to other people, respect life, respect others. So that's what I really hate about like the militant atheists. Is like whether or not the atheists are correct about their worldview, I think they are making people's lives worse. Basically, if it is all just one big comforting lie, my belief is it is more moral to let people believe that comforting lie than it is to try to convince them that it's not true. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I should read the New Testament. The only like sort of Bible exploration I've done is Old Testament. And the Old Testament has a lot of problems. It's got a lot of problems in it. First, you got Genesis saying that there are people who live to like 600 years old. Like the first chapter. It's like, alright, come on, guys. What are we doing here? Yeah, I have a Bible audiobook. I did download that, and that's where I'm getting this from. I listened to Genesis and Exodus, and I came away from it thinking that it both didn't seem very realistic and didn't seem very inspiring either. But I've heard a lot of testimonial about the New Testament from going to church as a kid. And I never read the Bible, but that doesn't mean I didn't have it quoted at me all the time. And most of what's quoted about the teachings of Jesus, to me, does seem like genuinely a great thing for society. I think if you do what Jesus tells you to do, the quality of your life and the life of everyone around you is probably going to go up. So again, from for more of a utilitarian perspective, I think it doesn't really matter if it's true or not. If a belief system is going to make you a better person, a happier person, who also makes others around you a happier person, then that's a good thing. It's kind of my stance on it. Yeah, Apple would know what to say. You wouldn't be able to give us an exact quote for the situation. Yeah, naturally I've been, exploring the topic a lot on YouTube again, because, if anyone doesn't know yet, I did put my cat Max to sleep 2 days ago. He's my best friend for 17 years, and I very, very much want to believe that I might be in touch with him again someday in the afterlife. So, I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm searching for evidence anyway. I think it's the only way humans can really deal with grief a lot of times. I think, the human mind is not designed to understand permanent cessation of consciousness. It's just we cannot accept that that's real, fundamentally. So it'd be great to believe that death isn't the end. But either way, even if all there is physicalism, at least I know Max is not suffering anymore. Yeah, you told me about that, Chutney. That sucks. I'm really sorry, man. I didn't know they lived that long. Yeah, I've got my family is all religious, so they're all saying don't worry, man, God has a special personalized heaven made just for you, waiting for you, and I guarantee Max is gonna be there. Just shit like that. And I love that they're encouraging me and supporting me and trying to make me believe things like that, but it seems rather unbelievable. Unfortunately, it seems pretty likely to not be true, but that doesn't mean I'm going to just stop looking. And near-death experiences are pretty fucking compelling, I gotta admit. That, I think that is the best evidence for an afterlife there is, I think. Even though it's all anecdotal, even though anecdotes are the lowest form of evidence, when you've got 500,000 anecdotes all saying the same thing, and it starts to raise questions. And all the debunkers of near-death experiences they've actually not done a great job of convincing me that it's all some kind of hallucination. Like, their explanation for it doesn't really actually make sense. For example, you know, if it's a hallucination, why are these hallucinations more vivid, seem more real, with more details than everyday consciousness? All while the brain is showing no activity. I've had hallucinations from drugs before, and let me tell you, those hallucinations, your consciousness becomes fuzzier. Things feel less real. Everything feels like a dream. But near-death experiences are described as feeling like more real than reality. So that's what I really find compelling about it. Is it doesn't fit with a simple hallucination, in my opinion. Especially when you take into consideration the conditions of the brain under when these experiences happen for a lot of people. People will have these experiences when like their brain is like 80% like turned off, and yet they feel as though their consciousness is more than normal. Doesn't really add up. But anyway, that's all I got as far as arguing for that. But I'll be right back. I gotta pee again. Yeah, definitely something to look into. I've been kind of slowly doing sort of a boomerang. Grew up in a Christian family, sent to Catholic private school, with everyone I was surrounded by being devout Catholics. So growing up, it was like there was no doubt. Like, it was a fact. Everyone knows that you're going to heaven when you die, as long as you're a good person. Like I knew that. Like, I had no doubt in my mind. I didn't ever meet a person who didn't believe in heaven until I was about 10 years old and went to a public school for the first time. And you know, I disagreed with them. I stayed religious until I was about 18 years old. But what really pushed me over the edge is when I went to college. The things my professors in college were teaching me were like covertly very atheistic. I think my college professors were all atheists who were like subtly trying to teach you to be atheists as well. And you know, they're very compelling. By the time I was 19, like I didn't think God was real. And then I only became more convinced that he's not real into my 20s. Because there are a lot of good arguments against Christianity. The two biggest ones, the ones that still I don't think I've ever heard a good answer for, is the problem of natural evil, and the problem of divine hiddenness. There's no reason I could possibly imagine why somewhere out there right now there's a deer trapped under a fallen tree, starving to death. Somewhere out there, there's some animal undergoing horrible pain for no good reason whatsoever. Think about it, because like with humans, you can always justify the suffering we go through as maybe it's some sort of strengthening exercise. You know, maybe this is making your soul stronger. Maybe this is teaching you an important lesson. Maybe this has a silver lining that you're not seeing. Like, you can always argue that for human experiences. But what possible reason, what possible good could ever come from an animal suffering needlessly? The animal isn't learning anything. They aren't forging a stronger soul. In the scenario that I described, the deer, he's not even food. You know, he's not feeding some other animal. The deer is just dying for no reason other than the fact that a fucking tree fell on him. And that is by far, in my opinion, the strongest evidence against an all-powerful, benevolent God. But that doesn't mean that I'm convinced completely that he's not real. And then the other really strong argument, I think, for atheists is divine hiddenness. What possible reason could there be for a God who is completely hidden from the physical world? Why would a God hear a prayer and just not respond like he does for the vast majority of prayers that ever occur? Why? What's the benefit of God not revealing himself in concrete ways? It seems far more likely that prayer is just an exercise in imagination. than communication with some divine being. Because if you were communicating with a divine being, you would think that it would respond to you. So I have a lot of trouble with those two arguments. And they aren't my idea. I stole them from a guy named Alex O'Connor. He's a philosopher on YouTube. He's an agnostic, and I respect his opinion a lot because this guy, he is not committed to either side of the argument. He doesn't have an agenda because he's not trying to get you to believe one side or the other. But he's extremely educated on both sides of the conversation. He can explain every pro and anti-religious argument better than anyone else out there, and he understands both sides. Sorry, I don't know. I respect what he has to say, but that was his idea. He did a speech where he said the two main reasons he can't believe in God, and it's exactly what I just said. divine hiddenness and suffering of innocent animals. I'm just now reading what you said, like stupid. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. It's not stupidity, but it's faith is not compatible with mathematics and science. Doesn't mean they can't both exist and both be real. But the very nature of faith is to sort of forget what you know about math and what you know about science. And the more you try to come up with scientific evidence for it, the more lost you become. Because by its very nature, certain subjects cannot be studied by science. Science's whole goal is to obtain information by removing subjectivity from the equation. It needs to measure things. Because subjectivity often leads to falsehoods. But here's the problem I have. The most interesting thing, the most relevant thing in the entire world to your life is subjectivity. Subjectivity is your consciousness. Subjectivity is your mind. It is the only thing that you can be certain exists. You think there's a physical world out there, and there probably is. But the only thing you're 100% sure exists is there is a conscious experience that thinks there's a physical world out there. And science has to remove the mind from the equation because it can't be measured. Therefore, science is just fundamentally unable to deal with these things that I care about more than objective facts about the universe. I care much more about my mind and the destination of my consciousness than I do about the physical world. So, like, you cannot come to any answer about these philosophical questions through science alone. And that is why nobody can agree on anything. Sorry, we got someone talking on YouTube about it too. What's up, Reflecto? Yeah, Reflecto, for guys on Twitch, he's saying that there are things in science that we have to accept as faith as well. And that's kind of what I was getting at when I say that the only thing we can be 100% certain of is that there is a conscious experience that you're having right now. It is possible, not likely, but entirely possible that everything that you think is physical is just some kind of hallucination in your consciousness. There's zero way, there's no way you can prove that that is not the case. You can't prove it. You cannot prove to me that there really is a physical world out there, because the only thing I can ever experience is my mind, which can trick me into thinking that something has been objectively measured and is tangible. Yeah, something about gravitational waves chugged me, but yeah, I don't really know what that's all about. I don't think anybody truly understands it yet. Yes, exactly, Reflecto. We have faith that what science says about the nature of space is true. Because somebody else made instruments to measure things. But again, you don't know that even that measurement that person did, you don't know if that was just occurring in like a Matrix universe. It could have. You know, maybe they were in the Matrix. Maybe they saw a measurement on a hallucinated tool. You can't prove it. But practically speaking, we have to live our lives. And if we live our lives in accordance to what science tells us is real, our survival tends to go up. So for that reason, I do have faith in science. Like there's no good evidence to say that anything in science isn't true. And most good scientists will also tell you that nothing is 100% certain in science. Like a good scientist always leaves room for modification to their theories when new evidence arrives. But we can be 99.9% sure about certain things. Anyway, that's my rant. Like the only reason I talk about these things, or even care about these things at all, what it all really comes down to is I want to meet my cat again. That's all it is. I don't want to have a permanent separation from someone I love. Because that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that reality would be that way. Our minds cannot handle it. And so I seek religion in hopes that I might reunite with my lost loved ones. Exactly, yeah, science does not prove anything. Well, Reflecto, I've got 3 cats. 2 of them are sleeping nearby, and my 3rd and oldest cat was put to sleep 2 days ago. We believe he had a stroke. He woke up unable to find his balance. He seemed very unaware of his surroundings. He won't respond to you. He'll just wander around the room aimlessly like he's drunk and he has no idea where he is or what he's doing. And the chances of him recovering from that were very low. So he is gone, fortunately. But the thing is he was pretty old. And I have been wrestling with the grief of his eventual passing for years now, actually. So it's not like he died 2 days ago and now I'm starting the grieving process. I have been preemptively grieving for years. That's why for years now I've been wrestling with these philosophical concepts, trying to find evidence of God, trying to find evidence of an afterlife. Because I've known for years that when I lose that cat, it's going to be something that I will never I'll never believe that reality is a good thing. if you can be permanently separated from someone. It could be something like dementia. I mean, he was kind of going downhill mentally for a while, but it was all kind of sudden on Saturday. Like suddenly, like his balance was completely gone, whereas it was pretty much fine the day before. He was no longer responding to me talking to him. He'd like walk up to ledges like he's about to like walk right off of them, like as if he can't even see that the ledges are there. But they looked at his eyes, and his eyes themselves were working. His eyes were functioning, but we think the actual like occipital lobe of his brain that interprets what he's saying, that was broken. Anyway, yeah, like I said, like it's all kind of shocking because he went downhill very quick, but I've been preparing for this for a long time. So in a way, I feel like I'm recovering it from it pretty quickly here. But yeah, I still find it unacceptable that reality would be configured in such a way that such things can happen. And I guess, I have to accept that in order to truly move on. That doesn't mean that I might not see him one day in the afterlife. One can hope, I suppose. I'll try to reflect, though. I'll try. Certainly looking for evidence. I have been ever since I started having these existential concerns, pretty much all triggered by my cat. Really funny is that, like, of all things, it was a cat that, like, made me decide that I need to pin down my philosophy on existence and reality. Damn, dude. Yeah, it sucks. Was that your first pet that you were really close to, or no? Because for me, Max was definitely the first pet that I was like very, very deeply close to. Gotcha. Yeah, that sucks, man. Part of what's made it hard for me is that I was married for just a little over a year. Quite a long time ago at this point, but I had already had Max for a couple years when I got married. And after that divorce happened, I decided to move across the country, get a new job, get a completely new life. And the one thing that kept me stable through that time, like my one truly close friend throughout that whole experience, was my cat. He helped me bridge through one of the worst times of my life. And so it's like, in a way, with his passing, that's like, it's like bringing back the pain of the divorce as well. Yeah, he was my only close friend during COVID. Spent the entire year fucking locked up with just me and him the whole time. And then 2024, I was near suicide for like the entire year. And you know, Max, my cat, he's one of the few reasons I felt like I still wanted to live in the end. So like he was so much more than just some animal to me. He was, in a lot of ways, he was like the foundation of my life, my emotional support through extremely hard times. So that's what makes it especially difficult. Like if we're just talking about from his perspective, there's not that much to be upset about, actually. You know, he was going through pain. His life was bound to end very soon, and we made it happen peacefully and painlessly. So from his perspective, like, things aren't that bad. But for me, I've got to go through the rest of my life without what has been my number one source of comfort and emotional stability. And that's what makes it difficult. I hope so, Reflective. I hope he's got a plan for us, and this is the nature of life and death for a reason. And it's not just unguided principles of nature and nothing else. But yeah, Hobox, the divorce was a very big deal for me because throughout most of my life, until the resolution of my suicidal period, marriage, romantic love was 1,000 times more important to me than anything else in the entire world. Nothing mattered to me anywhere near as much as me wanting to get married and find someone that I can love for the rest of my life. And it took me a very long time. I never had a girlfriend in high school. I never had a girlfriend in college, even though that's like the only thing I ever wanted. It's the only thing I actually cared about, and I couldn't have it. And right after college, I finally found someone who swore she was going to spend the rest of her life with me. She made an oath. She's going to love me forever, and that nothing I could do could make her stop loving me. And then she just abandoned me out of nowhere with no reason. I mean, I'm sure she had a reason, but she never told me what it is. She's like, no, I'm gone now. I'm gonna be a girl boss and hang out with my slutty friends and become like fucking bisexual hedonist. But yeah, it's just like she took away my dream for what I thought was the most important, most desired thing in my entire life. Which wouldn't have been as big of a deal if she hadn't made it seem like pretty convincing that she was going to stay with me forever. You know, like there's a difference between someone who is your long-term relationship and someone who makes an oath in front of God and everybody that they're going to spend the rest of their lives with you. You know, once somebody does that, like there's a certain amount of trust and security that comes with that kind of declaration. And you know, the lesson I learned from that is that people will change their mind and they will stop loving you for good reasons and for bad reasons. And even if they vow to never leave you, they will. And that made me lose faith in everything. I lost faith in everything because of that. I will never trust another woman who says she loves me. I will never again believe her. And I will never again let myself believe that I might have actually found the one thing in life that I think can make me happy. I will never find that thing. That thing does not exist. And if it seems like it's happening, it's really not. Anyway, that's why I was suicidal in 2024, in addition to the fact that I was actually very preoccupied with the fact that I knew Max was going to die soon. Because he was already pretty old at that. But I think the only reason I'm not suicidal anymore, and I'm able to handle this recent tragedy, because I gave up the dream. It's because I no longer am gonna try to find a wife. And there's a freedom in giving up on that. There's a big freedom to it. All the pressure I put on myself my whole life to find this one thing that I thought was the only thing that mattered, the only thing I ever wanted. I decided that that is not going to be the only thing that I want in life. Because I can't have it. Anyway, that doesn't have a lot to do with Max, but I don't know, but Hobox asked about, did the divorce really mean that much to me, and that's why. It was a shattering of my faith in the one thing I cared about. But alright, sorry, now I gotta read what you guys said, and I'm pretty far behind. I gotta read the long thing that Chutney wrote. And it says, guilt when Marlowe died. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I understand that a lot. Like that, it's natural to feel like we caused the animal's death when we're their caretakers. We're responsible for making sure they live as long and as happy as possible. And it's really sad that we outlive them, so like the creature that we're responsible for, we will fail in that responsibility. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's no way to make our pets live longer than a certain age. It just sucks. It's part of the nature of it. But I guess the attitude you have to have is that you made a life better. Whether or not that's, you know, an important life because it's non-human, that's debatable for a lot of people, but in the end you did make a life much better for some presumably conscious creature. So that's it. Yeah, the divorce, like, she was a bad decision. Yeah, well, obviously she was a bad match for me. If she, like... She ultimately, like, decided to become, like... I don't know if hedonist is the right word, but I think that's what it is. Like, someone who decides that they're just going to live for pleasure. They're not going to, like, be guided by any kind of, like, moral higher principles. They're just gonna do whatever feels good in the moment for the rest of their life. And that's the kind of person that she became. So yeah, she's definitely not good marriage material. And yeah, I keep getting that strange music every time I pull a Master Sword. It's happened like more times than not lately. Thanks, Jacket. How you doing, man? I appreciate it. One thing I did want to say is you guys, you don't have to feel like you can't use the Max emote anymore on Twitch. Like it's gonna remind me and make me feel bad. I'm gonna keep that emote there to honor him. If you ever feel like using it, feel free. Thanks, Reflecto. Yeah, I'm still open to finding a relationship that works out. I'm still open to the idea, but it's gonna take more than just like a couple I love yous to believe that she actually loves me. You know, she's gonna have to demonstrate it. And I'm not really actively looking for her, which means I'm probably not going to find her because men are expected to do most of the heavy lifting as far as meeting new people. So it's very unlikely to happen, but I won't rule it out. If I find someone who seems like she's a perfect match for me somehow, I'm not going to abandon that relationship just because I got burned once, you know. I'm still going to give it a try. I just see no chance of it actually happening because of how much of a homebody I am, how much I hate going out and meeting new people, and just how long it's been a habit to stay home by myself. I don't see that ever changing. Anyway. Not that important at this point anyway, because my testosterone is so low that I have no libido. So it's not like I'm missing sex or anything. I'm just sad that there's nobody's gonna be there to hold my hand on my deathbed. That's the sad part. Bruce has been great. Bruce can sense that I'm sad, and he's showing me like extra love. And I'm also like kind of more aware of Bruce now. Bruce was always great, and I love him, but for a while he was like kind of not really high on my priority list. Like, I didn't feel like that attached to him. Just because I've been so attached to Max for so much longer than I've known Bruce. But now it's kind of like opened my eyes to what I've sort of been ignoring right in front of my face, and that's that Bruce is a really, really good cat. Bruce is the most tender, loving cat I've ever met, actually. He's way nicer than Max was when Max was young. And I think that relationship is going to continue to develop, especially as he matures and starts to want to like cuddle a lot more. Young cats just want to play, but once they get to a certain age, like they'll want to stay near you and be warmed by you. And that's what I miss about Max the most, is like he would want to sleep in bed with me. If I were playing games right now, Max would come sit on my lap while I play. Then he'd go pick up his fucking toy and meow for 10 minutes straight, really loud. Yeah, nobody can ever replace Max, but I think Bruce is gonna come pretty fucking close in the end. Unfortunately, that brings us to Botan. Botan has always been a very scared cat. She's very anxious, and she has, if you're familiar with human psychology, she has like an anxious, avoidant attachment style. Like, you can tell she wants to be loved by you. She wants to be close to you, but she's also very like scared of you too. And pretty much ever since I tried to take Botan to the vet 2 weeks ago, she's never fully trusted me since then. She's been very rarely approaches me now. And oftentimes she sees me coming and she runs and hides. And she saw me cry because of Max the other day. And that scared her a lot too, unfortunately. So because of that, Botan is like avoiding me more than ever. And our relationship has never been worse, unfortunately. It's tragic because she is the cutest one. Like, she's definitely the cutest of the three cats. But she, this is not good. Fuck, this is really bad. Alright, we survived. Dude, what bad luck. I'm getting so many fireballs from this guy. Whether or not that boss like shoots a fireball at you is pretty random. If he tries to hit you with his tail, he's gonna miss like almost every time. Those fireballs are actually pretty fucking hard to dodge. Especially if he's like moved down on the screen to where he's got you kind of cornered. And then there's no space to dodge the fireballs. So that's why that boss can be pretty dangerous if he gives you bad RNG like he just did. Yeah, love is not impossible, but it's pretty unlikely. For a lot of reasons. I think the biggest thing that makes me not have a lot of confidence in that is that just knowing that ever since the divorce, I've never had anything close to a relationship since then. Even though I was looking pretty hard for a while. I've been rejected by every woman who I thought was attractive since then, 100% of the time. So when you have no girlfriend for 13 years straight, the chances that it seems like the chances that I would have a girlfriend in the next 5 years seems extremely low. Like the best predictor of what's going to happen in the future is the past. And before I met the woman I married, I never had a girlfriend before her, despite really wanting one since I was about 8 years old. So between the ages of like 8 and 22, I had no girlfriend despite wanting one. What's that? It's 14 years. And then after the divorce, I've been single for 13 years. The chances seem pretty low to me. So, yeah. And it doesn't help that my libido is really low because of low testosterone. And I also happen to be picky as fuck when it comes to looks. I'm really bad. Like, I really want my girlfriend to look like a pretty particular way. And I don't want her to be in her 30s like I am. Like, I want her to be in her 20s and still have, at least 10 years of potential babies to go, Like, I don't want somebody who's already practically in menopause. Which is, at the age I'm at, that's pretty much the age I'm at now. Like, the women my age are going into menopause in the next, 3 to 5 years. So, yeah, it just sucks, and it's taking me too long. It's kind of too late in a lot of ways. Like, it's possible I could find someone a lot younger than me, but not with my social life. Not with how often I leave the house, how often I meet new people in general. Like, that's never gonna happen. Unless she finds me on Twitch. Maybe she's in chat right now. What's up, babe? How you doing? Yeah, Hobox, that appointment I was gonna have today where they teach me how to inject testosterone had to get canceled. I might have told you already. They had a power outage and they changed appointments to tomorrow. Yeah, that's just shitty because now I can't ask the doctor, like, I want to ask him, all right, A, what are you going to do? Or when are you going to check my blood levels again? What are you going to do if they're still too low? And are you sure you only want to do this for 6 months straight? Because it seems to me like it's something that I'm going to need for the rest of my life. I don't see much point in solving the problem for 6 months and then just allowing the problem to reoccur. Like, if that's all you're gonna do, like, what's the point in doing it for those 6 months? Like, why? I care about my long-term health, not my short-term health. Anyway, these are questions that I guess I can still ask the other doctor, but if it's not the same doctor who gave me the prescription, they're not gonna be able to govern the long-term plan. Too bad this run had a fall to Modorm and a pretty bad Helmasaur fight. So that's like 30 seconds lost at least on a run that has perfect digging game RNG. This means even if I get perfect luck for the chest game as well, probably not anywhere near PB pace. Ah, shit. Ah. Ugh. Right. That's a lot of money. Not a lot of heart pieces. Jesus. I'm good on money for the rest of the run at this point. If I get the heart piece now, I can skip the route rupee chest. Not really anymore though, because now I'm a little lower on money because I didn't get any money from the last go around. Yeah, now I don't have enough money. If I fail a couple more times, I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Hey, Bruce. Okay. It's not quite enough money to skip the rupee chest. So we're gonna do the normal route. Nobody wants to talk philosophy anymore. I don't know what to talk about now. Okay. Have fun with that, if you're gonna do it. Probably could have gotten away with not getting that rupee chest. So I just need to stumble across like 10 more. And I would have had enough without that chest. Yeah. What? Where are we going? Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, is that too far left? Hey, Bruce. What are you doing, buddy? Hello? Good boy. Good boy, Bruce. Yeah. You're just here because you're hungry, aren't you? You just want me to feed you. I'll feed you soon, buddy. You know what an hour is? Yep. Oops. Oh shit. Good boy, Bruce. I'm busy. I'm busy, buddy. Yeah. Good boy. Good Bruce. You come down, please. Good Bruce. Good boy. What are you doing? Good boy. What are you doing? What food bites? You hungry? Oh, good boy, Bruce. Oh shit. Yeah, I would have been fine on rupees. What are you looking for, Dum Dum? Good boy. Good boy, Dum Dum. Good. Good boy, Bruce. Good boy. Not dinner time yet, boy. You gotta start making you lose weight. Good boy. You guys hit for 2 hearts? My god. I would have been more careful if I had known that. I'm gonna try to avoid that damage. Okay, that was close. Why are you so hungry, Boots? You already got a lot of fat, please. That's not good. What was this? Weird. What's on the YouTubes right now? Something going on in Mexico, apparently. Nothing ever seemed to happen in Mexico, dude. Ah, I've just fucked up so bad. There's no way I survive this now. I've never done that before. Dick. We hear you, Bruce. What's the matter, man? You can't be that hungry. Look at you. Just wait. It'll happen. It'll happen eventually. Don't worry. We'll get your food. Good boy. Good boy, Bruce. You're gonna have to wait a little bit. Gonna have to wait. I'm sorry, buddy. Okay, Bruce, we'll get fed soon. We'll feed you soon. Oh, dude, I thought you left a half hour ago. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna keep streaming. I'll probably be done after this game unless more people show up. Because, yeah, I need more people to talk to in order to enjoy this. Oh, you're painting. Nice. What kind of painting? Landscape? Face? Abstract? Cool. Nice. That shit will sell, so most people will say that will make your game better, and then there will be one angry feminist who says that you sexualize women too much. Get back, guy. I would find it difficult to be motivated to make a picture that I myself was not intrigued by. Well, yeah, I guess if there's something that like you can find interesting about it, then it works out. I drew a naked girl once. It turned out a lot better than I would have expected. pretty cute face, and I like a very like thin, petite kind of body. And hers looked pretty realistic, I thought. Well, realistic for, I guess, a cartoony looking girl. But this was just a hand drawn. Sometime back in like 2019, like I was gonna get into art a little bit more. So I bought like a sketch pad, like like professional like pencils for drawing. Huge collection of colored pencils. And then I drew like 6 pictures and stopped. Yeah, it's good that we don't all want the exact same thing in women, because then there'd be too much competition for the same thing. True, yeah. Yeah, most of the people I know prefer thicker women than I do. But for me, like, an attractive face is just 100 times more important than their body. That's what it really comes down to for me. But the thing is it a face that I find attractive 9 times out of 10 is going to be on a skinny person. Because I like to see sort of like an angular face where like you can kind of like see their cheekbones and definitely like to see a tight neckline and clean jawline. But the eyes are always the most important thing. I'm not sure how much being skinny will influence how someone's eyes look, but I guess the skinnier the face, the bigger their eyes appear? Maybe? So I like that, you know, skinnier face might emphasize the eyes a little more. Yeah, everybody stores fat differently. For most guys, like, ideally they want a woman who stores a lot of fat around their hips, but like nothing on their stomach, so that there's like a big fucking like, difference between those circumferences. Oh shit, that's not good. No! Okay, that was close. I'm less, I'm not as into bigger hips and booty, like, I don't like their hips to be that much bigger than their waists. And of course, I want their waist to be small. Of course, I'm in no position to be saying what I like because I am not what anyone likes. So, and nothing pisses me off more than an ugly chick saying that she needs like a 6 foot tall guy. She like ugly people's opinions on what they find attractive are like they don't really matter very much. I consider myself a somewhat ugly person, so I don't think my opinion on matter should be important either. Yeah, I definitely like the guys I know who are the most popular among women are usually more like 5'10" or 5'11", to be honest. Maybe just like an inch or two above average. They don't have to actually be over 6 foot. Damn. Yeah, you go on the internet and see a lot of guys who like will wish they were you because you're taller. I think it's all kind of ridiculous. Like you got people like Clavicular, who's like already 6 foot tall, but he's gonna get shin implants so he can be like 6'5" instead. And it's like, bro, you really think that matters? Is that really important? Yeah, being tall is definitely an advantage up to a point. Well, it depends on a couple things. Like, as far as attractiveness to women, as long as you're not above like 6'9", they'll generally find more height to be slightly more attractive. But like, there's a diminishing return. Honestly, like once you're slightly above average height, like that's all you really need to turn them on. The ones who like demand that you be 6 foot, for them it's purely just like a status thing. Like they want to have their official certificate of being able to attract 6 foot men. It's like a very like mathematical like metric certification kind of thing. Yeah. I haven't really ripped myself apart over my height. I'm 5'7", and had a lot more other guys like try to make it seem like it's a big deal than like I've ever made it a big deal in my own head. And I seriously doubt if you took my exact face and my exact like level of body fat, exact same level of muscularity, exact same personality, but put it on a 6 foot body, I have no doubt that my like the reaction that women give to me would be almost exactly the same. It would almost be precisely the same. Like it would probably help a little bit. It would really help for just very particular women who's like that's like their main thing is they're like just they have a fetish for height basically. Um, but if I still have the same face, like that's only gonna get me so far. And especially like the same personality, that's only gonna get me so far. Like I'm never gonna be an assertive, dominant kind of guy. That's not in the cards for me. I was not born that way. I'm very hesitant to have confidence about things because I think confidence gets you into trouble a lot of times. In my experience, the things that I'm most confident about are the things that I should be most worried about. Yeah, I think just around average height is good though. Guy who's 5'10" is in really good shape, honestly. Especially if a woman wants like a very jacked dude. Because it's much harder to look like you're very muscular at like 6.5 feet than it is to look muscular at 5'8". The reason why all the Mr. Olympia winners are like 5'10", 5'11". It's the only guy over 6 foot who ever won Mr. Olympia was Arnold. But if people want that basketball player look, then being well above 6 foot, that's the only way. Yeah, there's nothing special about 6 foot versus 5'10", in my opinion. Like they're practically the exact same thing. That's generally good. Yeah, usually confidence is much more positives than negatives. I just really don't like overconfident people. I feel like most American men try to, like, whether or not they're actually confident, most of them try to appear as though they're well above average confidence. Like, average confidence is good, but above average confidence is a flaw, in my opinion. Because it usually means you're stupid and you have the Dunning-Kruger effect going on. You have no idea how not good you actually are. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Dunning-Kruger, like, very confident guys think that because, like, they know a little bit about something that they're, like, experts now. have a lot more respect for people who know more, but like recognize that they're not the smartest person ever, you know. But the problem is, it works on women. Like, women are often easily fooled by a guy who thinks he's extremely good. Like, they would rather be with an overconfident guy than an underconfident guy. Even though both of them are unrealistic in their own ways. Germany is tight, dude. I love the like the Black Forest area. It's beautiful, and the Alps are great too. A lot of the culture is pretty good too, in my opinion. And I think like a woman who's got like a fairly like high-pitched voice, but with a German accent is like adorable. I love women with German accents as long as they aren't like deep voices. There's a particular streamer whose voice like I adore, but I don't want to say her name and what her name is. Like she's not actually really hot, like appearance wise, but if you just close your eyes and listen to her talk, it's like the hottest voice ever. I don't want to say who it is because it could get back to her and it would be really weird because like she knows who I am. I don't know if she even streams anymore. Originally, I know her from this game actually. There's a clue. She plays this game in Super Castlevania 4. I think part of it was also the surprise that like I thought she was a dude for years. I just assumed she was, and then like I finally see her on stream or hear her on stream. I couldn't see what she looked like, and I was like, "Oh my god, she's a chick and she sounds hot." Yeah, what time are we looking at? I guess this is like a 152. It's not very good, but I did get Bad RNG too. Like, I haven't made a ton of like major mistakes or anything. Not like just far from my best performance. Damn it. How are you alive, dude? I've hit you like 5,000 times. That's weird. Fire bats. I'm so bad at dodging those. It's like the #1 reason I don't run the any percent category of this game, because getting hit by those fire bats is really bad. Like, lots of times you won't have enough hearts left over to afford to get hit by one. So I've died to Ganon just like so many times. Yeah, the candle's gonna go out. Oh, nope. Barely made it. Yeah, 152, like I said. Thanks for the GG, man. Alright. Alright, so I'm still doing Mario. I don't mind doing Mario now. It's kind of weird throwing in random Mario 64 run after 5.5 hours of Zelda games only. Not to mention 5.5 hours of 2D games followed by a 3D game. It doesn't fit at all. This doesn't matter as long as I enjoy it. Alright, I gotta do a couple things. Credits are gonna roll. No. Alright. This could be very frustrating. I have not played this game in over a month.
It's me, Mario. Hello.
Yeah, my stick feels looser than I remember. Good. Pretty good.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Hey Mario, please come to the castle. I'm going to cake with you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Camera.
Let's go.
Oh my god, I can't grab the bomb! Oh my god, I have no idea what I'm doing, dude.
Here we go.
Welcome back, dude. I've made like 30 mistakes in this run so far. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of degrees of freedom in the joystick movements. Like, you have to be very precise.
Here
Also, like if you're trying to really optimize the movement, it's also difficult because you have to do these things called rollouts, which whenever you like dive forward in a jump, you lose time when you land again, unless you like jump like with very good timing after landing. So to have perfect movement, like you have to like not only aim in the right direction, but you also have to have really good good timing as well.
Here we go! Go.
God damn it. Damn it. Whew, that was close. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, if someone's really opinionated about what they want in a game, just make your own damn game. You're looking for feedback within what your vision of the game is. Like, don't change the game too fundamentally. You know?
해고.
Oh god.
Here we go.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah. I didn't really take feedback when I was making that game. Because I knew exactly what I wanted. And I was not doing it for other people to enjoy it. It was more or less to make the story and the world, my imagination, real.
해고.
It's not as bad. That can be difficult to do without compromising your vision. Kind of depends on how mainstream your interests are. True, there's billions of people in the world, so it's bound to at least be a couple thousand you like to see what's things you like. That's alright. That's, I was just thinking about maybe how Max is doesn't matter on what's true, because God in the afterlife is real, then he's in a better place right now. If God in the afterlife is not real, then yeah, he's beyond suffering. The pain of his old age is gone. Sitting around in this fucking apartment I live in couldn't have been the best thing. It's like, yeah, whether or not, you know, either way, like he's doing better, I guess. It's more just like this, a shame that he had to suffer for that last day. That Like nobody could explain to him that, okay, dude, you're about to die. Get ready. It's like he's just sitting there, and doctor does some shit to his arm. He has no idea what's going on, and he just goes to sleep. Never wakes up. Just something about it seems worse, just because he didn't even understand what was going on. Like, I know it's not true, but like I can sort of imagine him being like, you know, like, why didn't you protect me? You know, why didn't you? No, I wish I didn't know about death. So in that sense, it's probably better. Also, I imagine just animals in general are probably more accepting of death than people are, because people have these very rich, elaborate, personal narratives in their head. It can probably cause them to cling on to life more psychologically. It's just, yeah, it's really sad imagining that he's sitting there in my arms in the last moment. And maybe sitting there thinking, like, this feels good, I feel comfortable, I'm with my buddy. Meanwhile, I'm trying to end his life. It's like, I don't know, it feels like a betrayal of trust in a way. But I know it's for the better good, I guess. So it kind of reminds me of that movie about Hitler. I forget what it's called. Starts with a D. I think the movie about Hitler at the end, like the mother of his children is like giving all her kids cyanide pills in their sleep. It's just like that very disturbing juxtaposition of caregiver, protector, and like person of trust ending your life. Does suck. Yeah. Yeah, who knows what her inner experience is. I don't know, it's just... I guess like I'm just guess I'm still grappling with whether or not it was the right decision. Because like he trusted me, you know? He trusted me. And then I ended it. Just really sucks that it had to happen. It is being cremated, but I'm not keeping the ashes. Not for $250 and the risk that one of my other cats could like break the urn or something and cause it to spill everywhere. No thanks to that. Yeah, just like I just imagine him being like, "How could you do this to me? I trusted you. You were supposed to take care of me." But I guess there's no way you could even have the kind of thinking like that, because like he doesn't really even have the concept of you and me. Like he can't understand you did this to me. Like that's too complicated of a thought for him. That doesn't make it any better. It's like I can imagine like I'm the one who doesn't know what's going on and just trusting the person who's guided me my whole life. That person can't explain to me that this is the end. Part of the problem is, I guess, I don't know for sure that he wouldn't have recovered in a couple days and been back to normal. It's possible he could have just been fine after a day or two. I don't know, the vets seem to know what they're doing, and I trusted their guidance. Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of silver linings. Like, little things like it probably hurt to go up and down stairs at that point in his life. He didn't have enough energy to ever play anymore, so he was never having fun. And then, yeah, I don't have to give him his hyperthyroid medicine anymore every day, twice a day. Got a little less litter box cleaning to do. Less feeding. And then the main thing is just like the thing that I've been dreading for years is finally behind me instead of ahead of me. And it's hard to imagine ever being as attached to Bruce as I was with Max, but you know, eventually I'll probably be just as attached to Bruce, and then I gotta worry about it all over again. But for now, I'm not too worried about the cats. It should probably concern me a lot more that my dad does not have a lot of time left. I don't know about my mom either. They're both almost 80 now. My dad has had dementia for years. It's getting close to the end. But that doesn't, like, I know, like, humans are far more valuable than pets. But somehow it's easier to accept with parents because they're your caretakers, not the other way around. When you lose a pet, feels like you're failing at your job of protecting them. Whereas parents, like, you can kind of feel like they've fulfilled their purpose in protecting you. It sucks. Sorry to be talking about this stuff, guys. I'll stop. No problem, Fox. Yeah, I know I gotta process it, but people whose lives are going well right now don't want to have to be reminded of bad things in the future. It's not why they come to a stream. Yeah, I should be a lot more worried about my dad than I am. Part of what's getting in the way of that is I always perceived him as overly strict and controlling. But it's still gonna hurt because I did think of him as a best friend for like the first 8 years of my life or so. But he's, in a way, he's already gone, because his brain is destroyed. He doesn't recognize anybody anymore. I don't know if he even thinks, like if he has thoughts in his head at this point. I should have seen that as happening. Okay. Oh, where are you going, guy? What the fuck? Oh my god. Is that Bruce? What are you doing, buddy? What's up, Bruce? Hi, buddy. Hey, Bruce. Good morning. Good morning. Ah. Oh my god, why? Oh yeah, forgot about that. Just wonder if there were somehow some kind of copyright issues related to that. It's dumb. Ugh. Great. Oh, nice invisible wall. Nice. Oh my god, no. I'm really feeling this gamer posture today. Oh my god. At least I got the extra life. That was worth it.
Mamma mia!
Oh my. Terrible.
Here we go! Head-on. Here we go! Head-on.
Oh, dude, this part is not that hard.
Here we go! Head-on.
Oh my god, just I feel like that makes me just want to stop playing again.
Here we go! Head-on. Here we go! Head-on.
Okay.
해고 Here we go! 해고 Here we go! 해고
Yeah, it's a nice graphical effect. It looks ahead of its time a little bit.
Here we go! 해고
Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Bro.
Here we go!
Do you have to cook them? Or are they just... Well, I guess if they're in the freezer, then yeah.
해고
Cooking is never worth it unless you're really hungry. I guess air fry is easy enough. Okay, dude.
해고
Gotcha. My favorite cooked meals are peanut chicken stir fry and spaghetti. But they taste really good, but it's difficult to fit them into my weight loss diet. Because, first of all, the spaghetti, I don't actually feel full until I've had like 1,500 calories worth of spaghetti. And the stir fry only really tastes good if I like really add a shitload of peanut sauce, which like I can make it so it's like only 600 calories. It tastes a hell of a lot better if I make it like 800 calories instead.
Go.
I love my spaghetti. Like I consider myself a master of getting the right amount of spices for spaghetti. It's all about the seasoning you stick in there. But that's how I got too fat. Between roughly July and September last year, I gained like 15 pounds in those 2 months. Because every single night I was eating my spaghetti. And I would eat like well over 1,000 calories worth of noodles. That's not even considering what's in the sauce. It's like if I were to eat the spaghetti that I cook, like in the amount that I was eating of it, I would basically have to not eat anything the entire rest of the day in order to fit that into my diet. And then my protein would be like 30 grams a day. Which is, you know, I prefer like 180 grams of protein per day. It's not gonna work too well.
Go.
Yeah, paprika's in my spaghetti sauce seasoning. Consists of paprika, salt, pepper, oregano, onion powder, garlic powder, and red pepper flakes. Oh my god. So nothing too special about it. It's just the proportions of those spices make a big difference. You gotta get just the right amount of everything. Yeah, I put a lot of spices in my spaghetti sauce because I don't actually want the sauce to taste like tomato sauce. I don't like tomato sauce. But I've got to like mask that flavor as much as possible. I put a lot of spice in. And then for meat, I use just ground beef. No like sausage or anything. Not a fan of sausage and spaghetti sauce. man. Yeah, it would totally not work out for my diet. It's like way too many calories with not nearly enough protein. What's next here? The stir fry fits into the diet just fine. It's like mostly protein. That, like I was saying, it's only really good to me if I really go heavy on the peanut sauce, which really easy to add hundreds and hundreds of calories in the sauce. My God, does it taste good? Where am I going? Alright. The other thing that contributed to gaining a lot of weight was hot dogs. I discovered I really like Hebrew National hot dogs. Just cooked cooked on the stove in a pan. So I was having 3 of those for breakfast every day, and they're 300 calories a pop, so 900 calories for breakfast. The spaghetti for dinner was like fucking like at least 1,500 calories. Puts me at 2,400. And for lunch, I don't really remember. I think it was usually like stuff like a couple tacos from Taco Bell, maybe, or Chinese food, usually about 800 more calories. So that got me up to 3,200, which is already enough for me to gain weight. Then on top of that, I was drinking like 4 or 5 energy drinks per day. So that's another 800 to 1,000 calories. So at that point, we're looking at like almost 4,000 calories per day. Yeah, I was really hooked on energy drinks. There's like one with every meal, and then like 2 between meals. So yeah, I wish my metabolism could handle 4,000 calories a day, but I was probably at least 1,000 over my maintenance calories. That'd be 2 pounds per week. I think I was gaining even faster than that, so like probably more than 1,000 over maintenance. Oh yeah, for a while I was drinking Smirnoff. It's like a really sugary alcoholic beverage, so I'd get like another 1,000 calories of those. Yeah, I was really a glutton for a while back then. I think I kind of got into this sort of state of mind of, well, I already look a lot fatter than I want to look, so who cares if I get even fatter than that? And that kind of thing. Yeah, it's like, do I want to go on a like year-long diet, or do I want to just embrace it and be happy, experience pleasure multiple times a day? But you know, I'm learning that what I see in the mirror has a bigger impact on my happiness than how much food pleasure I'm experiencing. But you know, at the same time, I'm looking forward to finishing the fat loss and starting bulk. It's just I can't have 3 high-calorie meals throughout the day plus energy drinks. Like, you gotta just do like 1 high-calorie meal per day, and then the rest of the day like fairly conservative. But that should still be nice. Still, unfortunately, can't really make the spaghetti work. Because, yeah, it's just way too easy to get way over 1,000 calories worth of noodles. I don't know why I'm trying that, bro. Like, I'm never able to make the distance, dude. Oh my god. I don't know, maybe I'll try again. Problem is, like, if I eat the spaghetti, I can't throw that far. I can't spin fast enough to do it. My thumb is just physically not capable of spinning fast enough. I don't know, I guess if it really were 1,500 calories worth of spaghetti, I could add 3 protein shakes on top of that, which is 900 calories, which would put me at 2,400 for the day. Which leaves like 100 or 200 more than I could afford to eat. So yeah, like even on a bulk, like if I ate that spaghetti, it would have to be like the only meal of the day, pretty much. Sucks, dude. Thanks for GG's. How much was I getting during that maintenance week recently? 600 plus 400,000 plus 500, 1,500. 1,500 plus whatever the Indian food was. What was the Indian? I still don't know what the Indian food is, but if I had to guess, it's like 1,000 calories. So my maintenance is
The power of the stars is restored to the castle.
probably around 2,400 right now.
And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mario. We have to do something special
special for you.
Here we go!
But
Listen, everybody. Let's bake a delicious
when your body gets used to
for Mario.
dieting, you know, that drives your maintenance down. So maybe when I'm not losing weight anymore, maybe maintenance will go up to like 25, 2600. That'd be good. That's a lot of food. I always get jealous of like really good bodybuilders with like good genetics. Their maintenance calories is like 3,500. And then like top level bodybuilders, and their maintenance is like 8,000 calories. Something insane. Thanks, Fox. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I had fun today, but at the same time, I also kind of don't like the fact that it consumes like such a huge portion of the day. If I stream tomorrow, what's likely to happen is Final Fantasy V, which almost nobody's gonna look forward to. So. Alright. Sounds good. It wouldn't start till like 3 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Man, I wish I could keep this whole not working thing going. You got the Doritos shit. Should have seen that coming. Birthday meal. Nice. I don't think we call eating Doritos a meal. But whatever makes you happy. Alright, I'll catch some of you guys later. Have a good night.